Here you are sitting with your loved ones and your families, also witnessing all the hard work, all the sacrifices that you've made. And I'm most certain that you wouldn't have done that without their support. On behalf of the executive of the CMSA, the CEO, Professor Eric Buch, the Executive Director for Education and Assessment, Professor Vanessa Birch, Mr. Jerome Davies, the Executive Director for Finance and Administration, and myself, the Academic Registrar, we want to welcome you. We want to congratulate you. And also, we want to welcome you on becoming a member of the CMSA of this long life journey. The CMSA is dedicated to promote the highest degree of skill and efficiency in the medical and dental practice and to the highest ethical standards in professional conduct, not to pecuniary profit, but for the betterment of humanity. As you may be aware, we have regional admission ceremonies annually, which started last year, and this is the one in Johannesburg, the second to last. And we just want to say that please feel free, you are more than welcome. This is your night. This is your moment of celebration. Having said that, I'd just like to point out a few points that may everyone please stand for the academic procession coming in and also going out. You stand and may you please remain standing until you have been informed to sit. And then we'd just like to demonstrate how the process is going to unfold for our candidates that are going to be coming up the stage. For the diploma candidates and our certificates, that is the subspecialty candidates, those will not be hooded. And we want to apologize to our certificate candidates. We had anticipated that the new hoods would be available today, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, they are not. However, we'd just like you to please take note of the following. Now, this is for our diplomates and also our subspecialties. You will walk up from your seat, you take the name tag that has your name on it, you walk up the stage, you hand it over to the registrar who's going to be calling out your name, you look straight into the camera for a photograph, you walk, you proceed, you are shaken by the president of the CMSA, you also look at the camera for a photograph, you proceed to be given a scroll, and thereafter you walk down the stairs and you'll be ushered back to your seat. Now for the fellow candidates, it's going to be different because they're going to be hooded, but the process is much like the same, just a slight difference. Once again, you come up the stage with the name card that you give to the registrar who's going to call out your name. You look at the photograph, at the camera for a photograph. You proceed to be hooded. You get photographed as well. Thereafter, you proceed to the president for a handshake. Another photograph gets taken, straight down to receive your scroll, and then you go back to your seat. We urgently request that all candidates, when they have been on the stage, when they go back to their own seat, original seats, may they please do so quietly. As you may see that this is one of the largest admission ceremonies that the CMSA has held, and therefore we would like to have it in the most professional order as we possibly can. So if you can please adhere to all the protocol that is going to be requested from you. We have our staff who are going to be ushering you. We request that you please cooperate with them. If they request of you to move or to walk up to any other direction, please do so. We also request that at this stage in the hall, there will be no family photographs. There will be no family congratulations. A moment for that will be allowed at a later stage. We also want to let you know that we've got the emergency exits, if there is any emergency reason. We've also got our restrooms. Having said all of this, please just relax a little bit. We may be running a little bit late because of the traffic. We've got some candidates who are still stuck in traffic, but it may not take longer than 15 minutes. So by 6:15, we will be starting with the ceremony. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. I can't believe it, man.
How's it, my guy? How are you?
Yes. Please give me access to this mic.
Do you need to give a...
I need to talk as well, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you. Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I need to add a little bit on what was just mentioned by the academic registrar. Kindly do give me a minute. Every graduate needs to have one of these yellow cards proceeding to the stage. That will be taken in from you on your way to the stage. What is very important, there's carpets placed specifically. Please don't run over it. That's a focal area, that's a focal plane. So if you pass through it fast or pass by it, you're not going to be in your own photograph. So please pause for a very short moment. First photograph will be taken from that side. If you are a fellow and you're hooded, this photograph will move to the left-hand side. We'll still put a box down for the registrar to be able to hood you as well. The moment that it passes your chin would be that exact time that that first photograph will be taken of you. And then as a whole group, you'll proceed to the president. Again, pause on the closer carpet. Have a congratulatory handshake from your president. And then to your right-hand side, that's where the second photograph will be taken. Another important point, once you leave the stage, you need to make a sharp left turn. A head and shoulders portrait will be taken, and only then you can then go back to your respective seats. This photograph set are taken of each and every graduate. However, if you want to have that sent to you by prints or by digital format, then you need to make an order, and you can do so after this total program has finished tonight. Inside the, I'm not certain which hall it is. Many of you have been there. It's a number 2. You can do the orders there. And those of you who haven't done families, after everything on the program has been done, then you can take your families there to take family photographs with them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a phone was found in the bathroom, and also a bank card was found lying around somewhere. If you are able to identify the phone and also the bank card, please contact Ms. Ranel. She's standing here, and then she will assist you. Thank you.
Dead end. evening, ladies and gentlemen. I request that we all observe a moment of silence for prayer, for meditation, and for dedication. Right, please be seated. I welcome you all to this admission ceremony of the Colleges of Medicine of South Africa. I'm Johan Fagan, and I'm the president of the CMSA. On the stage around me, I'm joined by Professor Flavia Senkubuge, who is the immediate past president of the CMSA, senators, leaders, and academics of our 29 colleges, our executive leadership, members of the Board of Trustees, and our special guests. I'd like to single out Dr. Warren Klulo, sitting to the left. He's recently stepped down as the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Colleges of Medicine, which he's served for well over 20 years, and he's also an honorary fellow of the college. And we're very grateful for his service to the Colleges of Medicine. I wish to extend a special welcome to Professor Natalia Mafolo, who's the Dean of the School of Medicine of SMU, Professor Shoshana Baloyi, who's the Director of School of Medicine, University of Limpopo, and Professor Abdania Balot, who's the Head of School of Clinical Medicine at WITS. I also wish to welcome Dr. Nicholas Crisp, who's the Deputy Director General for the NHI, Dr. Ramatuba, who's the MEC of Health for Limpopo, and Mrs. Nkomo Ralohoko, who's the MEC for Health for Gauteng. I'd also like to welcome Professor Rispel, who's the chairperson of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Human Resources for Health Strategy of 2030. And then I'm also pleased to welcome our academic colleagues, the examiners from the universities of Pretoria, of WITS, of SMU, and Limpopo, from our teaching hospitals, and of course our most special guests, our graduates and your families. We will also be joined during the course of the proceedings by our guest speaker, the Honourable Minister of Health, Dr. Matume Joe Patla. He's been delayed due to ministerial business. Now, the CMSA was officially founded in 1955. Over the past almost 70 years, its role has evolved significantly. It used to be a standalone body that conferred fellowships with which fellows could register as specialists. Trainees also had a choice of a local university M.Med examination, an option used mainly by the Afrikaans universities. However, in 2011, the Health Professions Council of South Africa ruled that trainees had to write the national unitary examinations offered by the CMSA and had to complete an M.Med research dissertation at the university in order to register as a specialist. Now, national unitary examinations are considered best practice internationally and are used in many countries, such as in Pakistan, in the USA, and in Canada. Some regions even have multinational unitary exams, such as in Europe, in Australia, and New Zealand. The West African College of Surgeons and the West African College of Physicians have single exit examinations that span more than 20 West African countries. And the College of Surgeons of Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa that have examinations that include more than 15 African countries. Now, in South Africa, the CMSA and the universities work in a very close partnership, with universities using the infrastructure and the expertise of the CMSA for the academics to examine their own candidates. Having a South African national unitary examination has a number of benefits. It supports smaller, understaffed training units whose overstretched specialists cannot be reasonably expected to effectively run a clinical service, teach and train under and postgraduates, set their own multiple choice examinations, and run their own specialist examinations. It also allows universities to set national curricula and national standards for specialist training. It permits standard setting of examinations, and it is a significant time and cost saver for universities and their staff. It also protects candidates from victimization or from favoritism by their superiors. Now, over the past few years, the CMSA has evolved from being principally an examining body to seeking to fulfill its founding objectives that include promoting ethical standards and professional conduct for the benefit of humanity and promoting the honor of the medical and dental profession. This has included transformation of the CMSA, becoming involved with advocacy, building alliances with sister colleges around the world, and creating an education platform and establishing a scientific journal. The recent leadership actively transformed the CMSA with a focus on gender and race of its leadership, making examinations fairer, making examinations and admission ceremonies more accessible, and making, to quote our immediate past president, Professor Flavio Senkubuge, the CMSA a people's college. Some key transformation milestones achieved in the past few years include that Professor Senkubuge was elected the first black female president of the CMSA in 2019. Mrs. Yolokazi Kanzi was appointed the first black academic registrar in 2020. 66% of our senators are of color, 55% of our senators are female, and 29% of our colleges are led by female presidents. For these transformation efforts, the CMSA received a Standard Bank Top Gender Empowered Company Award in 2022, of which we're very proud. To ensure inclusivity, the CMSA now has 8 examination centers around the country, including for the first time in its history, 3 centers in the Eastern Cape. The CMSA has also opened regional offices and is holding admission ceremonies at 5 different centers, including in Mthatha, to make it possible for candidates, families, and faculty to join in the celebrations. And there's been a complete redesign of the CMSA examinations to ensure equity for candidates. This has led to improved pass rates while adhering to international best practice and without compromising standards. In relation to advocacy, the CMSA has made public pronouncements about vaccine access, about strengthening occupational health systems in the post-COVID-19 era, and about foreign recruitment of African healthcare workers. As a national body with representation of all medical and dental specialties, both in the public and private sector, the CMSA has exceptional expertise among its membership. It's therefore critical that national and provincial governments engage the CMSA when deliberating about the shape and the future of our healthcare so that we can present the perspectives of specialized medicine. The CMSA is also forging alliances with sister colleges in low and middle income countries, as we have similar challenges around training and healthcare, but also finding solutions to such challenges. The CMSA recently attended a joint meeting with the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Pakistan. We're also establishing an alliance of surgical colleges of Africa with West African College of Surgeons and the College of Surgeons of East, Central, and Southern Africa that jointly will represent 37 of the 46 countries in sub-Saharan Africa and will allow us to speak with a powerful, unified voice to advance surgical training and services in Africa. And the CMSA also recently convened the International Medical Education Leaders Forum that brought together senior leaders from all over Africa, from Pakistan and from Canada. From an educational perspective, the CMSA is partnering with our universities to establish online educational material for our candidates and is rolling out our diplomas to the rest of Africa to contribute to improving healthcare also beyond our borders. An exciting new development is the launch on the 1st of July of 2023 of the CMSA's own high-quality, peer-reviewed, open-access medical and dental scientific journal, which will be called the Journal of the CMSA, or the JCMSA, to provide opportunities for you all to publish your MD dissertations, your PhDs, and other research. The cost for authors to publish research has become really expensive and discriminates against those who cannot afford article processing charges. The CMSA is therefore fundraising for an article processing charges, a waiver fund to assist authors who are not financially supported by the institutions. And to ensure that the ability to pay is never a barrier to sharing research. We're initially aiming to raise about 10 million rand, the interest of which will cover the cost of about 100 articles per year. And I urge you all to contribute to this waiver fund. For the CMSA, this is an important matter of social justice. However, today we are gathered here not to speak about the CMSA, but to celebrate the successful conclusion of your diploma, your specialist or your subspecialist training. As you are joined by your family, your friends and colleagues, it's a time to reflect on your specialization journey and the sacrifices made through working long hours and studying late into the night and over weekends. However, I am confident that every sacrifice you have made will be worth it. So enjoy today's celebrations, and may your loved ones enjoy celebrating this special moment with you, because we know that without their support, none of what you've achieved would have been possible. But tonight we also celebrate your teachers, our universities and our teaching hospitals for giving you the opportunity to acquire your specialized knowledge and skills. We also acknowledge the CMSA for presenting an examination platform for our universities to examine their candidates and to assure that they can safely enter specialized practice. We acknowledge the incredible voluntary commitment of the elected CMSA leadership, our senators, our college presidents, our council members, and all our examiners. We also wish to say a special word of thanks to the CMSA staff, and especially to our CEO, Professor Eric Buch, our Executive Director, Education and Assessment, Professor Vanessa Birch, and our Academic Registrar, Mrs. Yolokazi Kanzi. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Shisana Baloyi, who is the Dean of the School of Medicine of the University of Limpopo, to the podium to please say a few words of welcome. Professor Baloyi.
Good evening. When the minister arrives, please pass the message that I greeted him and acknowledged him. The MEC of Limpopo, Dr. Ramatova and Mrs. Komo Raliholo, the college president, Professor Fagan, the vice president, Professor Koto and Professor Matlangu, the College of Medicine's officials and Senate, the Dean of Sefako Makgatho University, Professor Nathaniel Mofulo, all the professors and academic fraternity here, and the College of Medicine support staff. I greet you all in the name of peace. Reperile. The problem of dependency is a serious one. I had requested my secretary to prepare the speech for today, and when I arrived, I found that it was a recipe for gusha, African okra. But once I reported that I've got the wrong speech, it looks like they stole your speech, Professor Fagan, because what I'm going to say here, it is going to be a repetition of some of the things Professor Fagan has mentioned. But that will be a confirmation of what is happening in reality. I thank you for this honor, and I am humbled by this gesture. What a coincidence, because exactly 5 years ago, on the 23 May 2019, I staged a soul protest in a church, and today they brought me back into a church and said he must come and talk to us. So, since I have stolen Professor Fagan's speech, it is 20 pages also. So you will have to bear with me. Let me acknowledge the pivotal role the National Ministry and the Provincial Government of Health is playing for the resources, both human capital and the financial layout to promote this program for several years, which we are here today, because to produce a specialist is about 15 years. And that has been possible because of the support of the government. Their continued support is highly appreciated. 2 days ago in my province, Premier Stanley Matavata has officially handed over the site where the construction will take place of the new Limpopo Central Academic Hospital in Polokwane. This is positive and very signal to the brighter future. It signals that the government is committed to ensure that specialist training accessible to many, to our people, and that the financial support and investment is directed to providing training platforms. The moral force and your shepherd together with the various colleagues of the colleges of medicine, I say congratulations. The academic supervisors and the faculty staff who were mentors for your parting knowledge and guiding you, the registrars, and all the specialists today, to find yourself today attending this academic procession or admission. We are today witnessing the words of the famous songwriter, Mr. S.J. Khosa, which says, "Mintiro ya vulavula," which means good deeds speak volumes. Because we are witnessing that the College of Medicine output of candidate has improved over years. And therefore, I would like to congratulate the College of Medicine, first for hosting these admissions on a rotational basis to cover all sides. This is a gesture towards inclusiveness. This gesture is very crucial to foster unity among the academics. As we have learned from the COVID experience, it demonstrated that the significance of unity and the criticalness. Unity was critical in lessening the impact of COVID. And as we know from our previous themes of our previous government, there is good about it. It says, "Mak, unity is strength." The college has introduced the work-based assessment. This is a vital and first step towards addressing the inequity in specialist training and the need to standardize training, including the rotation of registrars between the different institutions. The colleges of medicine is encouraged to include extending the training platforms to regional and rural settings to improve the cultural competencies. This will ensure impartiality in handling the dispute. To you, the fellows who are being admitted today, as Hippocrates stated, whenever the art of medicine is loved, there is also love for humanity. We are all intertwined through the quote, "Medicine does not exist without love and compassion." Therefore, there's a need to use the skills and knowledge which you have acquired now to improve your lives and the lives of others and the health of the community. As Albert Einstein said, that the mind that opens to a new idea never returns to its original size. And this was cited when we were busy training. One professor showed us about the brain specimens which were procured when we were at Medusa and their prices. And then he showed us the Japanese brain was around 50 cents, and the African brain then was 2 rand, and we were surprised, why is it so much expensive, the African brain? And then he says the Japanese brain is complete, it's finished, has been making. The African brain is still fresh, you will get all the cells there. So the story of the price of the brain specimens come from that the mind that opens a new idea never returns to its original size. Thus, so is the world that lives ahead. Never forget that medicine is an art as well as science, practiced by doctors and researchers who bring to the bedside and the bench not only technology and training, but also their humanity, the care and concern. It has been a hard work and a long journey is starting. I will repeat this. It has been a hard work and a long journey is starting. In the landlord. No, I did not say what you are saying. I said in the landlord. Many of you came here with an excellent track record as registrars during your academic research. You have met outstanding academic and scientists for the part of about 3 to 5 years. I hope your resilience and patience have been shaped even more as you were studying in a most complex situation. You studied during load shedding periods. You studied during when we have power failures. You studied during COVID pandemic outbreaks. And now is the Russian-Ukraine war threatening the world order. Fellow academics, friends and fellows, let us reflect on the context of our health sector, national and the provinces, government hospitals, academic hospitals, and community health centers. What challenges you will be facing. The problems are complex and you need to be innovative to resolve them. Following the words of one of our great leaders, Comrade Oliver Tambo, when he said, "Let us tell the truth to ourselves, even if the truth coincides with that of the enemy, let us tell the truth." Just to mention the few challenges you will be facing without elaborating them. You will be faced with poor and lack of infrastructure. You will be practicing in some dilapidated buildings and poorly maintained infrastructure. You will be practicing in places which may lack modern and basic equipment and apparatus to carry out your service to the community or your patients. You might find yourself in poor administrative or capital resource or even budget cuts. You might find yourself practicing in a place where there's lack of water and electricity, which caused by near collapse of the ESCOM utility. And you will find yourself in an area where there's poverty and inequality. And you could find yourself practicing in areas with outbreaks of pandemics like currently with the cholera. Now, what is needed? Or the last point, you will find yourself in an institution which is transforming, whether it is the academic hospitals, the colleges of medicine, and you will have difficulties in recruiting specialists from previously marginalized groups to reflect the demographic of our country, and also unable to address the previous disparity. So, let's look at the solutions before I step down or sit down. On his closing remarks, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, at the 76th World Health Assembly on the 30th of May, 2023. I am going to paraphrase more of these challenges and strategies in healthcare, where we should focus on the global context. I quote, "This includes behavioral sciences, diagnostics, disabilities, drowning, prevention, emergency, critical and operative care, food, micronutrients, indigenous health, infection prevention and control, maternal and child health, medical oxygen, primary health care, refugee and migration health, rehabilitation, traditional medicine, and more. Last week's strategic around the table offered an opportunity to highlight some of the most pressing public health challenges, which was pandemic preparedness and response to climate change and health, tuberculosis with immunization, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and health workforce, which is central to addressing our ever-threatening face of disasters. So how do we respond to some of these challenges as health sectors and professionals, or specialists and researchers? In simple terms, how do we transform our society? Further to the borrowing from the World Health Organization's 1976 Assembly resolutions, your starting point should be the economics of health for all. We value human and planetary well-being rather than a crude focus on GDP. The Council on the Economics of Health for All was established on the 13th of November 2020 by the World Health Organization Director General to rethink how value in health and well-being is measured and produced and distributed across the economy. And they contend that health and economy are interdependent, that health is a key economic sector and critical to resilience and stability in economics of the world, and that we can channel and shape public and private investment in health to achieve global cooperation towards supranational goals. Fellows, as the World Health Organization and members of the Fraternity of Economics for All have indicated, the following key drives should be our weapons for change and transformation, be it work environment, or college, or faculty, or hospital, or in our practices. We need to reimagining the measure of economic development to be centered on people and planet, to enhance both the quality and quantity of financing for health and well-being, fostering equity-focused governance for new vaccines and treatments, building the necessary capacities in government and society to deliver health for all. Therefore, we invite you to join the forces that are advocates for the marginalized and defenders for the defenseless Black academia who have been systematically excluded from this membership, with some of them you will have been together here. To increase the investments in prevention and ensures equitable access to health innovation with a steadfast commitment to the common goal and the recognition of health societies as intrinsic contributors to the collective well-being. I hope and trust you have taken advantage of what international and cross-disciplinary research can achieve when it comes to challenges of our time globally and within the African context. The journey for you has started. The struggle continues. In my conclusion, maybe the words of the fellow medical healthcare practitioner and revolutionary Charlotte Maxeke is very relevant. This work, as I quote, this work is not for yourself. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. And if you can rise, bring someone with you. This was quoted also at the Charlotte Maxeke Institute on the 22nd of August, 2021. Look back at the experiences, the friends you have made, the mentors you have met, as a beacon of hope and your solid foundation. Lastly, as I take the lesson from Ernest Che Guevara when he puts it and says, then many things become clear. We learn perfect that the life of a single human being is worth millions of times more than all the property of the richest men on earth. Above all, lest you forget your credo, which I will summarize it by saying it says, and what you should take the message wherever you are, that patient first. Well, congratulations to all of us, to the students who have worked hard, to the supporting heroes, the parents, to the colleges of medicine, to our government who has worked hard and supported us, and to your teachers. I thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much for the wonderful address. And I'd like to welcome now onto the stage our Minister of Health, our Honourable Minister of Health. Can I ask if anyone stand? Everyone stand, please. Okay. And you can sit down. Thank you very much. Yeah. Minister, thank you for joining us. It's a great privilege for us to have you here. And we're just going to have one more presentation, and then we'll ask you to give your guest lecture. So the next person we're going to ask to address us is Professor Mofolo, and he's from SMU.
Thank you very much, the college president, Professor Johan Fagan. As brevity is the soul of wit, so shall I be. And I think it's safe to say all protocol observed, but I need to recognize those in authority. So we're very grateful to have our Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Patla, with us. And he's also accompanied by the two MECs. You know, on the right hand, MEC Popi Ramatoba from Limpopo province, and on the left, MEC Ngomralehoko from Gauteng province. So indeed, this is a special occasion, and I learned that it's for the first time ever that the colleges of medicine make once big ceremony like this, where the diplomats, the fellows, and those who are receiving certificates come together. So I'm sure the registrar had a lot of administration to do to make this event successful, but we know that she's not working alone. She's working together with the team, administrative team that is supporting her. And I'm very grateful and honored indeed to be part of this occasion. For me, this is the first time ever to attend a meeting of the colleges and also to be invited as a speaker. And I'm grateful for the leadership of CMSA, especially Professor Johan Fagan and the immediate past president, Professor Flavia Sokumbuje. I've seen under their leadership, they are really bringing the medical fraternity together. So as the universities, we feel part, we are not feeling isolated. We feel that this is also part of our work that we do, because most of the graduates that you will see today are trained by academics. So on that endeavor, we want to thank you, the leadership and the senators, for bringing the medical fraternity together like this in such an august occasion. And I'm also excited to learn with our work from the universities with the college. You know, most of the time when I do the interviews with the registrars, and when we do the interviews, there's always this common question that comes and say, okay, what are the milestones that you need to achieve for you to be able to be a specialist? And without any shadow of a doubt, most of them, they will mention the college part 1, part 2, or whether there's an intermediate, depending on which college is it. And as a university, then we wait with bated breath to hear whether they will mention the MET research. And that happens to be the part that sort of lags behind the MET. So I hope that the graduates that are seated here, especially those who have done the MET, that your research is in order, so that you can register with the HPCSA as soon as possible. But I'm happy that our joint effort with the college has made it possible that at least we can close that gap to make sure that when you come for the college exam, exit exam, your research is already submitted for marking. If not, or there's already a mark, and so that immediately after, then you can go and register with the HPCSA. But having said that, I think those are the achievements that the college, together with universities, have tried to achieve, to try and work together and make sure that we are proud of the quality of the graduates that the country is going to get. And I just want to reflect briefly then on your journey as a graduate seated here together with your family members and your loved ones, is that as a young student, I always admired philosophy. So that's what shaped me as a student the rest of my life. So I'll just give few quotes from, paraphrasing from the Great Thoughts. There's a book by Great Thoughts from Masterminds that says, I'm quoting now and paraphrasing Harry Wadsworth Longfellow, who once said that some men have reached and kept their heights, not by sudden flight, but by toiling upwards in the night while their companions were asleep. So I'm sure that resonates well with the journey that you have traveled for you to be here, that there were many sleepless nights that you have to go through, and now you have to burn the midnight oil amidst all the challenges that my colleague, Prof. Baloyi, has mentioned of load shedding and having to manage your life, the family, and all other matters, including academics. So that is a great achievement indeed, and we congratulate you for that milestone. One of the favorite authors that I enjoy, Booker T. Washington, in his book, Up From Slavery, he says that success is not to be defined, not so much by the position that one has reached in life, but rather by the obstacles that he or she has to overcome. You know. So there are many challenges that we in your personal life had to face and overcome, and sometimes you fail once, sometimes you fail twice, but the most important thing that you never gave up, and that's why you are here. So there are many challenges that we acknowledge that you have to go through, because it's not easy to be working and studying at the same time. And I'm sure your family members can see all the work. Why were you, Daddy and Mommy were absent from work, absent from home for such a long time, or hiding in the study room? They can see that this was the end, and that can be a motivation for them. But in conclusion, is that when I quote now Brutus from Julius Caesar, and William Shakespeare, you know, is saying, time and tide wait for no man. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the floods, leads unto fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of our life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now float. We must take the current when it slaves or lose our ventures. Then with your will, go on. Simply put is that We as a nation, we are at an opportune time where we are facing a lot of challenges at multiple fronts. And I think it's an opportune time for you to give back to the community. It's not for us or for all of you to leave the country, but let's face these challenges together and make a better nation out of South Africa. South Africa needs us, our healthcare system needs our specialists. Informally, while we're still waiting for the address, I was so saddened to hear one of my colleagues who's here in the midst, a medical geneticist, and saying, you know, we train, and when we train, all of our people leave. But I ask you, why are they leaving? They say, no, because they don't have posts. You know, and other countries just gladly grab them from us. But I believe that those are the challenges that we have to work together, and we are committed in making sure that we take hands. And I want to congratulate you for the journey that you have undertaken at this milestone, having reached this milestone. And I wish you all the best. And I also want to thank the family members, your friends, your loved ones that supported you in this journey, because you are not alone. Otherwise, you could not have been here. So with those few words, I want to say thank you very much for the College of Medicine, for their invitation and the sincere work that they are doing in making sure that South Africa has specialists and is a better country for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've got a gift for you. Well, thank you very much, Professor Mafolo. We now have the pleasure of inviting our special guest tonight, that's the Minister of Health, to address us. But I'm going to ask Mrs. Nkomo Ralahoko, the MEC for Health from Gauteng, to please introduce him. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, distinguished guests, and President Prof. Johan Fagan, Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Patla, my colleague in the health sector, Dr. Popi Ramatuba, Professor Mufulo from Sifako Makgatho University, Professor Hlongwa, Professor Sykes, Professor Wood, honorable senators, esteemed colleagues, and accomplished candidates. It is my great pleasure to extend a heartfelt congratulations to each of you in this important occasion of the Colleges of Medicine of South Africa admission ceremony. The Colleges of Medicine of South Africa stands tall as a beacon of medical excellence, its roots firmly planted in the fertile soil of a vision that was first articulated in nearly 70 years ago. The vision, one that championed the highest degree of skill, efficiency, and ethical standards in medical and dental practice, which continues to reflect in our collective dedication for the betterment of humanity. Our task has always been and will always be to strive for excellence, to uphold the principles of our founders, and to continue their mission of improving health and medical standards, not for profit, but for the betterment of humanity. And we are committed to fostering an environment that encourages the advancement of medical knowledge, nurtures the development of medical specialists and innovators, and cultivates a culture of professional conduct and ethics. The Colleges of Medicine of South Africa plays a very critical role in maintaining the standards of training and the qualification of medical specialists. Our mission is to ensure that the torch of medical excellence is passed on to every new generation on medical professionals and is an embodiment in every ceremony that we are here to observe today. To the incoming candidates, I want to extend a heartfelt congratulations. Today, you join the ranks of medical professionals who have made an important contribution to the field of medicine and public health. You are the torchbearers of this noble profession. Your journey in the field of medicine, filled with countless hours and rigorous training and unwavering dedication, is a testament to your passion and commitment to the betterment of healthcare in our society. Each one of you is joining an institution that has been graced by the presence of illustration of individuals, Take, for example, the tribalizing of Dr. Flavia Sinkubunge, who in 2018 made history of becoming the first black female president of the college. Her leadership stands as an inspiration to us all, a beacon of guiding us towards a future where diversity and inclusivity becomes the norm rather than the exemption. Another shining example is Professor Salim Karim, which is a fellow College of Public Health Medicine, who was awarded the highest honor of CMSA, the Honorary Fellowship of the Colleges of Pathologists in the Virology. His significant contribution is the realm of virology, spanning both national and international landscape, stand as a testament to the exceptional work being done by the members of CMSA. So ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey, remember that you are the custodians of the institution, steeped in a rich history of excellence and commitment to the betterment of healthcare. With your talent and your dedication and the medical acumen you have developed, and we are confident that you will carry forward the legacy of excellence. Remember, the path of medical profession is not an easy one. It is filled with challenges, but also with immense opportunities. It is a path where every step you take will contribute towards the health and well-being of our society. And we are confident that your skill, dedication, and passion, you will make significant steps in your respective fields and continue to the collective mission of CMSA, which is to promote the highest degree of skill and efficiency in medical and dental practice, and to cultivate the highest ethical standards and professional conduct, not for profit, but for the betterment of humanity. Once again, congratulations on your impressive achievement as you step into this new phase of your medical journey. Know that you are not only carrying the torch of medical excellence, but also lighting the way the future generations of medical professionals should be. The CMSA is more than a collective of professionals. It is a community of dedicated individuals that are committed to upholding the highest standards of medical practice. And now you are the integral part of this esteemed community. I wish you all a fulfilling, successful journey ahead of you. You may always strive for excellence, hold fast your commitment to ethical practice, and continue to make significant contributions in the field of medicine. Congratulations on this incredible milestone in your medical journey. As you continue to learn and grow, never forget the commitment and dedication that brought you here today. This practice of medicine is a noble journey, and you have an opportunity to make a lasting impact on the lives of those you serve. Thank you once again, and congratulations to all the new members of the Colleges of Medicine of South Africa. We look forward to witnessing the contributions you will be undoubtedly making to the field of medicine, to the world at large. May the path ahead of you, filled with profound discoveries, meaningful collaborations, and transformative impacts on patient care and public health. We cannot want to see you how you'll shape the future of medicine. Thank you. Program Director, allow me to introduce our Minister of Health in the country. Ndate Pasha, to come and address us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. Thanks to all our leadership here. Indeed, it is a very beautiful night. Looking in this hall, I see you all dressed, ready, and ready to go to the ground and implement all that you have learned over the last few years. Let me recognize the chairperson, the president of the College of Medicine of South Africa, Professor John Fagan, the chief executive, Professor Eric Buch, members of the Senate and officers of the College of Medicine, my colleagues, MEC Gauteng, who has been on the platform now, and MEC from my province. Well, they are all my provinces, but this is the real one. the Limpopo province, and all the distinguished guests gathered here. But above all, you, the graduates of this day who are being admitted to this prestigious colleges of medicine of South Africa, your spouses, relatives, your children. I've seen a few of them running around already here. I'm sure, as the previous speaker said, you brought them here to come and see the fruits of all your toil for over the last few years. Indeed, very pleased to be here to come and share this evening with you. And I thank the very persuasive CEO, Professor Eric Buch, for insisting that I must be here tonight at all costs. And I must apologize for late arrival. You can blame it on some organism called Vibrio cholera. That's the one which kept me away from here for most of the day, but I'm sure that's part and parcel of what you'll be helping us to manage. The College of Medicine is indeed dedicated to promoting the highest degree of skill and efficiency in medical and dental practice, and to cultivate the highest ethical standards, as already mentioned. So I want to add my word of congratulations and say to you indeed that you should be proud of being admitted to this college. And also congratulate those who have been helping you, your teachers in the various fields in which today you are being recognized by the college. As the previous speaker said, as I was coming here, that we all relieved currently that we can gather in this fashion, because a few years ago, just for the last 3 years, it was not possible because of the pandemic. And just coming back from the World Health Assembly, where we were welcoming the fact that the World Health Organization, as a result of your sacrifices, all of you and many others in the front line of health services, today we're able to gather like this. But not forgetting the fact that in the process, we lost many valuable colleagues. We remember them on an occasion like this, but we also value their contribution in the sense that it has been able to make it possible for us to gather like this. Of course, in the process, we did not only lose lives and some, South Africans and people all over the world, even some of those who have recovered, we have come to understand now there's something called the long COVID. So there are many who are still struggling with the chronic effects of the pandemic, of the COVID illness. But we are indeed very pleased that we are out of the real thick bush and we can see the future, and we hope that working together we can be able to sustain this. Of course, we are being warned by many of you and many of your colleagues that this is the era of pandemics, that viral infections and pandemics are here to be with us, and we must just acclimatize and know how to manage them, how to mitigate against them. In the process, of course, we lost also some ground in terms of some of our health coverage, and we are happy that at this stage we are working together in terms of recovering, in terms of the various aspects, non-communicable diseases, chronic diseases, including the very difficult of being able to reach our targets in the aspiration of the world to make sure that we can remove diseases like HIV and AIDS as the threats to life by 2030, including tuberculosis. So we are in this together, but we are grateful that at least now we are able to focus on this. We're also very thankful that many of you have contributed to various innovations as we have been battling the pandemic to make sure that health services can continue, but also the use of technology as one has learned also, as I'll comment on the college also, the innovation in which the college has also brought in to make sure that you can continue with your training. But also in the area of practice, we have had to acclimatize, and even many of us, if you had asked me in December, not even December, maybe even in the beginning of March 2020, about something called a virtual meeting, I would tell you that I know nothing about it. Something called Zoom, on which you can be able to do a lot of business and all sorts of other virtual platforms. And so while COVID really was devastating, but it also forced us to adjust. And also in the area of health, the use of technology, we had to also make sure that we can take advantage of using technology such as telemedicine, and a number of technologies, telehealth, and all sorts of innovations which we're able to continue. And some of this also, had to be validated by the Health Professions Council to allow them to use remote consultations in order to be able to continue to provide services. But I'm also pleased to learn that the College of Medicine as well, during the pandemic, did not stop the programs. Also adjusted, that the leadership of the college found it possible to continue to provide training. They did not leave you as the candidates in limbo, but also avoided a void in the provision of specialists in the country during this period by continuing to offer training, but also to offer examination throughout the course of the pandemic. And as a result of that, the college has been able, over this period of time, to add over 3,000 new members to its ranks. So thanks to that innovation of the leadership. I think they do deserve an applause for being innovative. Traditionally, over 600 candidates and 400 examiners from around the country would gather at the host medical school for a week for oral, practical, and clinical examinations. But with COVID, this was not possible, but the College of Medicine Senate made a bold decision that is now leading the world in innovation to do structured oral examination by video conferencing. The college has become a global player in such re-engineering and decentralization of examination. In tandem, the college has also continued to enhance quality and reliability of its examination and has flattened the curve of disparity between those historically disadvantaged and those advantaged without lowering the bar. The college has transformed into a high-tech examination body and is now at the leading edge internationally in relation to assessment of specialist trainees. In addition, over the past few years, the college has followed a holistic approach with regards to transformation of its leadership, its culture, its structure, and its operational processes. Transformation in terms of race, gender, and organizational culture is now at the root of the College of Medicine. The current Senate is the most transformed in the almost 70 years history of the college, with 2/3 of the Senate being black and 57% women. The current college architecture is rooted in shared values of compassion, kindness, empathy, good governance, sound financial management, a firm stance on anti-racism, and also an uncompromising stance in areas of bullying and intimidation, and of course, finally, committed fully to transformation. In addition, the transformation within the college with regards to diversity and culture, the college is ready to take the next step of geographic diversity. As part of this transformation agenda and commitment of geographic equity, the college has decentralized examinations to Bloemfontein, East London, Gqeberha, Mthatha, and also Polokwane. In addition to Cape Town, Durban, and Johannesburg. The college will be opening offices in the Eastern Cape, Free State, and Limpopo to better serve members and candidates of these provinces. A big thank you. The re-engineering of examination process during COVID to produce the much needed specialists and the transformation of the college is to be commended, especially in light of the country's goal to achieve universal health coverage through the implementation of the National Health Insurance. As we know, South Africa, like many countries globally, is striving to achieve this, led by the World Health Organization, also as a commitment by the United Nations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Universal health coverage, as defined by the WHO, is defined as follows. Universal health coverage means that all people must have access to health services they need when they need them without financial hardship. It includes the full range of essential health services, from health promotion, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. I must also just add that as a result of this commitment by the world, for a second time in September this year, late in September this year, the United Nations, for a second occasion, will be hosting what is called a high-level meeting of heads of state, which will, on one particular day, will focus exclusively on universal health coverage. And for the first time in its history, the United Nations will focus on 3 issues of health in its sitting for that week. It will be universal health coverage. It will also focus on pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response, but it also focus on mitigation against tuberculosis. So for full 3 days, heads of state will be focusing on health services at the UN General Assembly in New York. So we are not alone in pursuing this cause of the achievement of universal health coverage. But we also know that universal health coverage is not a one size fits all. Every country has to craft a different path to cater for their unique context and resources. And in our country, of course, we chose the path of a design which is called the National Health Insurance, which we hope that will be the foundation on which equitable access to good quality services will be steadily implemented. It is intended to ensure that health services do not result in financial hardships for individuals and their families, that services will be paid from a single pool which will be pre-financed through various forms of across the board, basic taxes and other contributions. In practice, this means that we will all get the services we need when and where we need them without having to incur financial hardship. The NHI represents a substantial policy shift that will necessitate a massive reorganization of the current healthcare system, both public and private. South African government will implement this to achieve coverage for all South Africans. This means that every person in our country will have a right to access a comprehensive package of services, free at the point of delivery, rather than a fee for service at the point of delivery. The services will have to be delivered closest to where people live. Let me just add that we're quite advanced in terms of this. The committee in Parliament, in the National Assembly, has finalized its discussion. And this afternoon, I just received a message that the Speaker has scheduled the final debate on the adoption of the NHI in Parliament. We will be doing this next week. So the National Assembly will sit next week on the 13th of June to debate this bill and adopt it there is no room for it not to be adopted. I know that there's opposition, but there's enough support in Parliament. I can assure you that there's adequate support. The principles of the NHI is that is to actualize a constitutional right of access to health, Section 27 of our Constitution, social solidarity, equity, healthcare as a public good, not a commodity for purchase, affordability, effectiveness, efficiency, and appropriateness. The NHI will be implemented in phases. In practice, what this means is that changes will not come at a boom once, as some people fear, but it will be implemented incrementally to ensure that ultimately everybody can be covered by the single fund. In terms of that bill, which is soon to become an act, it still have to go to the next house, which is the National Council of Provinces, after the 13th, when it is approved by the Assembly. Through that fund, we will be able to, the population will share the risk between the rich and the poor, the healthy and the sick, the young and the old. So that's how it's going to go, and there will be no user fees or co-payments will be charged when users access health services under the NHI. So that is in brief what we are striving to achieve. We are very conscious of the fact that there will be a number of difficulties in the beginning, but we believe that we need to move forward, that where we are currently, the situation of these two-tier health services, one for the public, for the poor, and the private services for those who are covered. In both areas, there is already serious stress. Various employers are struggling with the demand by employees continuously for increase in the contribution by employers because of the rising cost of private healthcare, while the benefits are also continuously shrinking. While on the other side, the public health services is continuously burdened by huge demand of services, and it's high time that we find a way. And we are not alone, as I said. That's why this matter is at the UN in September. A number of countries have already gone through that, developed and developing countries. There's a mixed bag, and we're learning from many of those, including even in the African continent. Wherever we meet, even as Africa, we share notes. Rwanda, Kenya, many others in the African continent, we are all learning together. Amongst the many systemic and structural system challenges South Africa face is, of course, the shortage of health personnel. And I want to echo the sentiments of the previous speakers here that we indeed need you. We indeed appeal to you that notwithstanding the various challenges, I know it's also mentioned here that we do struggle with budgets, with making sure that we have adequate posts. That's a matter which we are addressing with my colleagues, with our colleagues in the treasuries. So we're pushing the envelope to try and make sure that we can get more health professionals across the various professions, also in your areas of specialty. We want to make sure that even in the most rural hospitals, we should be able to, at regional hospitals, create the necessary posts so that your specialty, your subspecialty, the diplomas which you have done can be of good use to the people who need you, especially in the most disadvantaged areas. So for this, Parliament can only lay the foundation for a legal framework. At the end, in terms of it to succeed, it needs the political will, it needs the management. Our responsibility, myself and the colleagues, MECs and others, is to make sure that we must improve the quality of management, not only at departmental level, but also at the institutional level. We do acknowledge that there are areas where we have not done very well, and it's our duty for you to be able to have a comfortable working place. It is our duty to make sure that we must make that working environment better, so that you can be able to exercise all the expertise which you have. We can defeat all the burden of the quadruple burden of disease, which we know about. I've already mentioned about HIV and AIDS, TB, the challenges we still face with maternal and child health, the burden of accidents and injuries. All those we can be able to achieve. So as I want to conclude, I want to again congratulate you, but also, as already said by a previous speaker, to remind you of the Colleges of Medicine dedication, so that I know it may be we're overdoing it, but let me also repeat it. To promote the highest degree of skill and efficiency in medical and dental practice, and to cultivate the highest ethical standards and professional conduct, not for pecuniary profit, but for the betterment of humanity. So as you will be walking to the stage, just commit yourself at this moment that you will be here to serve and dedicate and commit yourself to the improvement of the quality of care of ordinary South Africans, so that indeed better health can be a reality to the majority of ordinary South Africans. I wish you all the best, and I'm looking forward to you being available to help us realize this universal health coverage and make sure that a better health can be a reality for all South Africans. Thank you very much.
Minister Pata, thank you for a wonderful speech. I can assure you that the College of Medicine, is here to support the country to develop its specialist healthcare force. We also, at our Senate meeting today, we decided that because the college has so much depth in terms of the whole range of specialties within its ranks, that we're going to establish a health policy committee so that we can assist government when you want inputs at your fora where you discuss healthcare policy development. So we're available for that as well. And you manage the issue around management of hospitals, and our College of Public Health has been working on a possible diploma in hospital management administration. So those are things that we most certainly like to support you with. Thank you very much. So now we're going to proceed with the presentation of the awards and the medals to distinguished candidates and the emission of fellows by peer review, diplomates, fellows, certificates by examination. Thank you.
Mr. President, I now proceed to present recipient of medals for achieving outstanding results in various college examinations in 2022. FCA SA Part 1, the Abbott Medal to Dr. Alessio Pio Giuricis. FCA SA Part 2, the Crest Healthcare Technology Medal and the Jack Abelson Medal and Book Prize to Dr. Hendrik Frederick Prinsloo Rickert. FCA Part 1 Janssen Research Foundation Medal to Dr. Jan Anthony van Niekerk from the October 2022 examination, and the FCA Part 1, the Glasgow Smith Medal. FCDEM SA Part 2, the Peter Gordon Smith Medal and Book Prize to Dr. Maima Hagri from the May 2022 examination. FCM SA Part 2, the best candidate in the practical for Resuscitation Council of South African Medal to Dr. Kelly Ami Jacobs from the May 2022 examination. FCFPSA Final Part A, the Gobia Agibola Ogubanjo Medal to Dr. Nikita Dauduth from the May 2022 examination. FC Neural SA Part 1, the Sigo Nielsen Memorial Prize to Dr. Ye Zelik Katz from the October 2022 examination. FCNP SA, the Nuclear Technology Product NTP Medal to Dr. Janet Denise Reed from the October 2022 examination. FCOG Part 1, the GP Charlwood Medal to Dr. Emily Titi Mashabela Bokhadzu from the October 2022 examination. FC Opth SA Part 2, the Justin Van Selm Medal to Dr. Craig Dean Anderson from the October 2022 examination. FC Path SA Chem Part 1, the TS Pillay Medal to Dr. Nicolene Stein from the May 2021 examination. FC Path SA, the Coulter Medal to Dr. Tanya De Jager from the May 2022 examination. FC Psych SA Part 1, the Lynn Gillis Medal to Dr. Carla Alexandra Smith from the May 2022 examination. FC Red Dag SA Part 1, the Rone Polenk Rora Medal to Dr. Danielle Fori Echelar from the October 2022 examination. FCS Final, the Douglas Award to Dr. Krevosha Pillay from the October 2022 examination. DCH SA, the Pediatric Management Group Medal to Dr. Tyler de Villiers from the October 2022 examination. Deep Pack SA, the Walter G. Klug Medal, and DPAC SA, the Campbell McFarlane Medal, both presented to Dr. Ross Owen from the May 2022 examination. Mr. President, now I proceed to present the esteemed colleagues for admission to the fellowship by peer review, all from the College of Dentistry. Professor Phumzile Hlongwa. Professor Lynn Mary Syke. Professor Neil Wood. I don't think so. Mr. President, I now present the following successful candidates for admission to the Higher Diploma in Family Medicine of the College of Family Physicians of South Africa. Jonas Bonsuka Bengole. Ngola Celine Kayembe. Bilei Mulenga. Kazadi Christian Mulenga. Higher Diploma in Orthopedics of the College of Orthopedic Surgeons of South Africa. Onsum Jean-Paul Kenda. Diploma in Allergology of the College of Family Physicians of South Africa, Mbakanyi Chris Masikara. Karin Smith. Diploma in Anesthetics of the College of Anesthetists of South Africa, Fatima Baba. Kishan Dayal. Tsepo Itumeleng Dibotelo. Ingrid Dreyer. Karel James Vedham Evans. Merusha Govender. Simpiwe Theodora Hadebe. Mpho Alice Hlaule. Vasim Ismail. Stephanos Petras Jansen van Vuren. Nozipho Ntombikayise Gianni. Siphesihle Sithobile Khumalo. Molebogeng Anatolia Kutumela. Abisola Abondunde Leseinde. Tsholofelo Hope Legai. Rory Livanos. Reni Valencia Mabasa. Hlengiwe Elizabeth Precious Mabaso. Dikeledi Doli Mahakwe. Sipokazi Sandra Mahowa. Tshepo James Malapane. Eugene Baliseng Malefahlo. Pumzile Petunia Malobola. Sitembile Portia Mamba. Lebogang Margaret Maputhuma. Mushe Justin Mashatini. Ntibaleng Danis Mashumu. Ruth Matebula. Olorato Leticia Matokwane. Lerato Masichaba Matlua. Puti Bruce Matzetela. Albert Kutebua Mbelu. Lesego Magdalene Mhlongo. Ke le abetswe Ana Mogotsi. Mamungali Belina Mukoni. Aisha Mula. Michelle Jean Mostert. Shikombiso Shrin Mtabine. Bongani Milton Mieni. Unati Mzinyati. Azil N. Naker. Hlakanipho Vuyani Ndlazi. Lucy Ntambi. Mutipana Elizabeth Papo. Michaela Powell. Makitana Caroline Ramulubeng. Adelaide Rasivechele. Leah Sambo. Letladi Josephine Sebati. Kabelo Puti Machweni Siopa. Stephanie Tristan Shirto. Ketiwe Zinhle Sibanda. Hendrik Pierre Terblanche. Sandisizwe Zinhle Tikana. Denga Chitangano. Zwivuya Chivenga. Unalinna utlutlilwe Tsime. Malona Udo. Amira Laila Walji. Diploma in Child Health of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa. Oluwakalofiwe Joy Ayodele. Tebogo Pindile Bolani. Urisha Budia. Willette Danielle Bonman. Tyler de Villiers. Given Mduduzi Duba. Mukhetwa Dzivani. Clarindi Elof. Leletu Gogo. Kanyisile Vuya Khosa. Olga Kakanana Magagula. Mutlatle Nicole Makalen. Ipileng Makema. Maseilani Anelin Mamabolo. Nyameka Nonchebo Mangobe. Kanyisile Ntokozo Masuku. Shonisani Chete Lia Matagu. Nomtandazo Pindile Mkwanazi. Puluko Lesedi Moloi. Pamela Prudence Poshia Mtombeni. Adrienne Shea Neleman. Masindi Nemputani. Perseverance Nomtandazo Ngubeni. Lerato Nkatlo. Pearl Lindokuhle Jesse Nkosi. Muen Porey. Elana Potgieter. Nakisa Yoweri Kuma. Nyadzani Anna Raidani. Sia Rampersat. Karabo Mapitso Sebopa. Lotanang Princess Shaku. Khadija Sheikh. Roda Rochizwa Nkumuleni Chiwela. Diploma in Forensic Medicine of the College of Forensic Pathologists of South Africa, Malasia Badana. Phyllis Jwanki. Busisiwe Rebecca Mashia. Mtokozisi Cyprian Nkwenyane. Zena Shivan Fesser. Diploma in HIV Management of the College of Family Physicians of South Africa, Muhammad Ali. Tebogo Pindile Bolani. Priska Chieza Chiwaura. Willette Danielle Bonman. Eunice Azilia Davids. Ithra Ijaz Ganiji. Sheena Genus. Shiraz Hari Pursat. Lindsay Robin Q. Tabiso Maxwell Mabena. Mulelwa Helen Mabuke. Pamela Pumzile Mahlangu. Buitumelo Palesa Makaulule. Tlangelani Mashiho. Tebogo Adelaide Mashile. Slindile Diana Njadu. Lebogang Ntale Mokgakgabe. Chweni Arthur Murakaladi. Masvita Moyo. Musangu Benoit Mpoi. Yoliswa Msomi. Mbalenhle Portia Mtembu Mgadi. Vusani Praiseworth Mzila. Nabila Nala. Adrienne Shea Neleman. Aliziwe Tabisa Ntapu. Sabata Penelope Ngumalo. Elana Porchiter. Ariesh Bharat Ramlal. Lebogang Audrine Reetsang. Bronwyn Claire Robertson. Carmen Karina Dimelo Saya. Tasnim Aliweya Sali. Khotso Lawrence Sambo. Mashianoke Faith Sibotoma. Mabatu Sikukuni. Kumo Ufense Sematli. N. Marlene van Staden. Elaine Foss. Diploma in Internal Medicine of the College of Physicians of South Africa, Emilia Blumerus. Francine Boysen. Bridget Poshia Mashaba. Tlangelani Mashihu. Ramatsimana Victor Mumakwa. Lilibet Perez Montserrat. Kamishta Ramprasad. Mitab Sheikh Dawood. Claudia Jean Summers. Khotso Lawrence Sambo. Diploma in Mental Health of the College of Psychiatrists of South Africa, Bella Adolin Chuma. Nasia Kuvadia. Rendani Lukaimani. Palesa Crescentia Mabaso. Bongeka Gipiwe Madlala. Neo Mundaiwa. Kokong Mazwi. Keletso Karen Mkunu. Sarah Guguletu Tobekile Mkize. Tabiso Petras Mukwena. You can go. Tsulufelo Surprise Murue. Tibatso Mamuhuani Mutua. Refilwe Muhube Mphahlele. Katleho Petunia Mputi. Awongwe Aka Mpumlwana. Murakani Ororiseng Mulutsi. Umpa Mpo Musia. Davina Naidu. Mamello Emily Ndimani. Zonaka Nefulungani. Fulufelo Nechifefe. Lwazi lwenkosi lochiwe Nzuza. Valencia Paledi. It's okay. Lerato Eresia Rabanye. Nontokozo Nkosiapha Zulu. Diploma in Obstetrics of the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of South Africa. Makanani Baloi. Lina Raisecha Choshi. Louis N. Dingle. Amanda Michelle Dlamini. Mukuku Kedi Epekwa. Mukadi Kazadi. Munsufense Ratseng Masebelanga. Mubando Mugala. Tabiso Filton Mukobodi. Tabiso Muloi. Letabo Patricia Mufamadi. Lindokuhle Memory Nkosi. Tadala Palamuleni. Kopano Sharon Pizzo. Reshma Prasad. Makitana Caroline Ramolobeng. Selena Reddy. Makau Andres Silwan. Sunej Surendran Ne. Twaita Tenza. Kupha Tembela Cheshani. Lindokuhle Praiseworth Zulu. Diploma in Ophthalmology of the College of Ophthalmologists of South Africa, Anastasia Sean Malabone. Mpho Mampoko Mtswane. Diploma in Primary Emergency Care of the College of Emergency Medicine of South Africa, Muhammad Ali. Kaylee Heather Anderson. Christo Fansail Anthonyson. Suzelle Jacqueline Diaga. Tamsin Lee Donnelly. Ingrid Dreyer. Stephanus Petrus Jansen van Vieren. Kaylin Chantal Kotia. Tracy Jane Ling. Michelle Livanos. Evan Onyambu Masi. Slindile Diana Mjadu. Sanusha Mudli. Nabila Nala. Samon Miranda Narain. Nobuhle Michelle Ndlovu. Kevin Nyachio Okari. Ross Owen. Adrian Perumal. Fiorenzo Andrea Schiola. Bronwyn Cherise Tyler. Jean Katoni Wanjema. Mr. President, I now present the following successful candidates for admission to the fellowship of the College of Anesthetists of South Africa. Natalie Botha. Sipiwe Eunice Chauke Matonsel. Elise Klute. Shainal Desai. Yvonne Enyo Donko. Ahmed Mahmoud Ahmed El Gobashi. Leslie Ma Fombat. Kushal Govender. Alia Musakara Mahomet. Kotatso Audrey Mamecha. Takudzwa Richard Mandevu. Robin George Matthew. Nasipi Nzinwa. Teboho Benedict Munchwe. Kerisha Woodley. Kashan Naidu. Lesedi Ngana. Lorraine Sipiwe Ngema. Yolwando Nyathela Ntai. Matamela Ramabulana. Hendrik Rickert. Michael Kowe Sitsomelo. Najiba Sima. Prosperity Anna Sitole. Hulisani Albertina Tikatali. Sibutsi Tandi Shamaine Tobejan. Dumisang Elizabeth Tlake. Simpiwe Jane Twala. Fellowship of the College of Dermatologists of South Africa. Justin Shamaine Gallo. Naima Hagi. Vimbainashe Pamela Karimachenga. Zina Nonkululeko Malinga. Rorisang Muripi Matibe. Nomzamo Pumla Mkize. Fellowship of the College of Emergency Medicine of South Africa, Emily Chen. Kelly Amy Jacobs. Jonathan Chan King. Amanda Naidu. Marlies Swart. Jakubas Kritzinger Venter. Part B of the final of the Fellowship of the College of Family Physicians of South Africa. Machachi Machweni Chweu. Nunufo Snowy Madito. David Koketso, Karabo Masanab. Elsie Nalugwa Vatiswa Mugisha. To be wooded, Fellowship of the College of Maxillofacial and Oral Surgeons of South Africa, to be wooded by her husband, Dr. J.W. Brethi, Susara Johanna Susanna Bithri. Fellowship of the College of Neurologists of South Africa, Marupene Immaculate Maluma. Tendo Nemutudi. Bongani Brilliant Ngele. Jan Christopher Fisachi. Fellowship of the College of Neurosurgeons of South Africa. Reneilwe Michel Lekolwane. Sipho Mthuthuko Mabaso. Lucas Tapelo Mazibuko. Mapalagadi Lebogang Nchabeleng. Andres Johannes Pretorius. Fellowship of the College of Nuclear Physicians of South Africa. Timothy Fortain. Gabriela Chana Lifshitz. Yanei Denise Reed. Peggy Sirote. Amanda Patiswa Sibindlana. Nadia Zerguk. Fellowship of the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of South Africa. Mary Augusta Adam. Kennedy Bafo Dua. Muipatai Gustav Bulela. Raymond Vumbi. Alan Tandio Shanda. Sekedi Yvette Chuen. Busisiwe Murare Dikhale. Bernice Patience Promise Dladla. Nokwazi Londiwe Bongekile Gumbi. Olivia Johan Ndambelela Iambo. Lolobo Freddy Intumu. Kabongo Ephraim Kabala. To be wooded, by her sister, Dr. R.L. Khan, Zinat Lenina Khan. Kwano Mahlaku Kwerano Kulu. Solomon Andrew Mahlangu. Ngamisile Fansile Maseko. Pearl Maseko. Thabo Majadiji David Matek. Aluani Floyd Matimbi. Jabulile May. Gugulethu Prudence Mbele. Tumelo Ngaka Mutau. Karabo Kevin Mutiani. Njaya Bruce Moyo. Sandile Vincent Ndlovu. Sinegugu Avelile Ndlovu. Phuti Khomotso Rachabedi. Françoise Dudu Rugega. Thandi Martha Siluka. Esmond Makosonke Shabalala. Mongezi James Sikana. Ine Small Smith. Michael Servas Storm. Makosandile David Tukani. Part 2 of the Fellowship of the College of Ophthalmologists of South Africa, Craig Dean Anderson. Muhire Joel Bakunzi. Vihan Hendrik de Jager. Almer Engelbrecht. Fahima Haji. To be wounded by her father, Dr. S. Hussein, Tamia Jilani Hussein. Hester Kruger. Comfort Tebogo Mashego. To be hooded by a wife, Dr. N.P. Musiani. Tabiso Mufokeng. Tangwani Malebo Mukoni. Tabang Morris. Kashmira Roji. Fellowship of the College of Orthopedic Surgeons of South Africa, Richard Peter Almeida. Mohamed Bamji. Ushupile Winston Dilotsotli. Nabila Goga. Jan Sibrand Hidema. To be wounded by father-in-law, Dr. M.A. Kelly, Karen Ashley Hedge. Matsobani Amos Kolotsi. Lieto Lekhanyan. Jan Tsidiso Makwela. Nangamso Mkombe. Ntsui Khielboy Mufokeng. Sipho Mutlou. Jafta Muo Firi. Yenziwe Linda Ngema. Mashupse Petras Phala. Sizwe Mfanvelile Hanja Ponela. Joseph Tlakale Siritsani. Kuliso Skauli. Huitsi Mudimo Tau. Scott Colin John Denk. Fellowship of the College of Otorhinolaryngologists of South Africa, Tobile Sarah Mulukumme. To be hooded by a wife, Dr. M. Omar Mohammed Nati. Vuyokazi Ulana. Fellowship of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa, Masida Linda Ali Dikole. Musa Bayani. Babili Lingili Buka. Robin Shelton. Bez Engelbert. Rulani Eugenia Fungeni. Megan Gray. Nikila Isaac. Dimakatso, Solofetso, Litsie. Nompumelelo, Petronella Makakul. Shitembiso, Confidence Makomani. Maitumelo Masebe. Ritenze Mulauzi. Ritinze. Tebogo Tshiamo o rapeleng. Timuli Ramanenze. Denga Ravela. Kitumesi Rejoice Sitole. Sarah Diepo Molebogeng Tlhako. Chantal Venkatasu. LZ Wannenberg. Julia Brisigeli. Okay. Fellowship of the College of Pediatric Surgeons of South Africa, Lulama Luthuli. Shepherd Maforo. Johnson Takuranaro Mazombe. Takalani Gideon Murulana. Cleopatra Nomhle Mshumpela. Mashoto Rodney Rabutla. Fellowship of the College of Pathologists of South Africa, Anatomical, Dineo Lillian Disinyani. Abdullah Ismail. Nisange Janda. Okay. And you, okay. To be wooded by husband, Dr. S.N. Mabaso, Mbuyelo Abigail Mabaso. Margaret Masala Mataba. Jessica Leah McIntyre. Matomola Mwange. To be wooded by a father, Dr. S.V. Pillay, Lucella Pillay. Fellowship of the College of Pathologists of South Africa, Chemical, Portia Mona. Helgat Muller Rousseau. Tandekile Nelia Simel. Fellowship of the College of Pathologists of South Africa, Clinical Pathology, Bradley Thomas Wilding. Fellowship of the College of Pathologists of South Africa, Hematology, Tanya Diachar. Carissa Jordan. Fellowship of the College of Pathologists of South Africa, Microbiology, Vinita Alex. Mahavishnu Morgan Mudli. Ramateje Virginia Nzwan. Maite Siesta Rashopol. Fellowship of the College of Pathologists of South Africa, Virology. Ndaukulu Lorenzo Masuta. Bhavenshan Reddy. Fellowship of the College of Physicians of South Africa to be wooded by a father, Professor MMTM Ali. Rihan Mahmoud Ali. Robin Helen Bruce. Imran Kola. Bafo Kondlo. Innocent Maroslin Lamola. Shriyan Maharaj. Rutendo Matanda. Svitlana Matsevich. Yusuf Mula. Alain Zuzi Mvudi. Sipho Nkandlalana. Siphelele Memorial Nkumani. Kulisande Liso Sfiso Ntaka. Kundai Nzira Masanga. Sarisha Devina Raju. Tyrell Dean Ramsamy. Lehlohonolo Seema. Kurai Valerie Tsoka. Jessica Roberta Wing. Fellowship of the College of Plastic Surgeons of South Africa, Alexandra Ruth Bota. Alexander Nicholas John Diakakis. Charles August Wuchendijk. Fellowship of the College of Psychiatrists of South Africa. Maputi Dorothy Kaka. Wisani Makomisani. Lerato Ingrid Makofani. Keletso Prichel Mashego. Buitumelo Rose Sipei Mukhatle. Deneli Neika. Natsai Majori Mhiwatiwa. Masekhala Pauline Nkondo Ndaba. Mashia Tsakani Ntimani. Abigail Fanisa Paswan. Philemon Mukhadi Picheng. Amanda Eshla Duduzile Sibanyon. Patiswa Claire Soldat. Juanita Subrayadu. Sonali Narandas Valbdas. Fellowship of the College of Public Health Medicine of South Africa, Amilka Mundoma Jagannath. Tabia Tama Manyani. Kaubelwani Mahlatsi Rapulu. Fellowship of the College of Public Health Medicine of South Africa, Occupational Medicine, Nyadziso Maidai Rosebut Mandimika. Fellowship of the College of Diagnostic Radiologists of South Africa, Jacques Badenhorst. Zayan Karim. Jacques Duplessis. Roshan George. Ramatsimela Mamsi Kololo. Refilwe Johanna Kosa. Roni Ntsebo Maseko. Mariska Machendri. Pekwani Richard Mukokong. Tabokone Muezwa. Uneile Slave. Nelly Carol Sandrine Chatat Mbakop. Lumat Wishers. Fellowship of the College of Radiation Oncologists of South Africa, Pimelo Tsweu. Fellowship of the College of Surgeons of South Africa, to be wooded by a sister, Ayu Akabio. Akowawo Ubon Akabio. You can go. You can go. You can go. Timotheus Ismail Hafeni Amambo. Malini Bana. Richard Alan Crawford. Tiamo Keifas Kaseobaka Kofamodimo. Felix Holst. Mapuruma David Kekan. Leah Ponso Mperetlani Kot. Estelle Lani. Ranti Kenny Maila. Kuhle Olivia Mayapi. Tandazwa Mkikeka. Ndumo Rupert Mushwana. Mishak Nkosinaye Mota. Murakabi Jacob Mutsei. Sandres Chankulu Msuku. Ilunga Valerine Mukendi. Sphiwo sethu Robert Nkomo. Mongezi Matthew Ntulini. Chido Nyatsambo. Musawenkosi Nyembe. Nana Akua Osei Kafur. Sarel Christopher Becker Pelser. Krevosha Pillay. Henneke Pretorius. Darren Ray Rattray. Nicole Bernadette van der Westhuizen. Fellowship of the College of Urologists of South Africa, Nicholas Friedenthal Brett. Muzi Dlamini. Marinka Hook. Elaine Kabongo Chiala. Shirley Minkowitz. To be wooded by a wife, Dr. S. Chiba, Sumesh Parayashi. Simon Sunnyboy Khateb. Kadima Chimanga. Mr. President, I now present the following successful candidates for admissions to various certificates. These are specialists who have now become super specialists. Who have subspecialized. Certificate in Cardiology of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa, Duduzile Precious Msiza. Warona Priscilla Sitomo. Certificate in Cardiology of the College of Physicians of South Africa, Lifa Dlamini. Renee Jansen van Rensburg. Kabelo Solomon Rapala. Amina Sundas. Amima Sundas. Certificate in Clinical Hematology of the College of Physicians of South Africa, Lindokuhle Nwabisa Kotwana. Certificate in Critical Care of the College of Anesthetists of South Africa, Zainub Juma. Certificate in Critical Care of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa, Zanele Anastasia Tlaka. Certificate in Endocrinology and Metabolism of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa, Nicole van Wyk. Certificate in Gastroenterology of the College of Surgeons of South Africa, Chikwendu Jeffrey Ede. Thabo Johnson Rampai. Certificate in Gynecological Oncology of the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of South Africa, Vusumuzi David Maringa. Maidei Mugwede. Alson Ndobe. Bernard Uzabakariro. Londeka Christopher Yingwani. Certificate in Infectious Diseases of the College of Physicians of South Africa, Lyle William Murray. Certificate in Maternal and Fetal Medicine of the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of South Africa, Helen Mrina. Sanele Ndaba. Natalie Patricia Odell. Certificate in Medical Oncology of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa, Portia Zimasa Nandipa Sigedle. Certificate in Medical Oncology of the College of Physicians of South Africa, Natalie Elizabeth N. Ewin. Certificate in Nephrology of the College of Pediatricians of South Africa, Shannon Lee. Nokukhanya Ngubani Mwandla. Certificate in Reproductive Medicine of the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of South Africa, Mahloromela Emmanuel Moagi. Certificate in Rheumatology of the College of Physicians of South Africa, Lebogang Miriam Musi. Certificate in Trauma Surgery of the College of Surgeons of South Africa, Tobekile Nomncebo Shangas. And last but not least, certificate in vascular surgery of the College of Surgeons of South Africa, Spumelele Sidwell Ngema.
Mr. Patla, and I was so optimistic about our future when I saw all these young specialists in the room, but there seems to be a mass immigration that's just happened. So I think we're in trouble. But it's a wonderful occasion. I'm going to ask now for Dr. Ramatuba, who's the MEC for Health of Limpopo, to close for us.
Thank you, President Professor Fagan, the CEO, Professor Eric Booth, the deans represented by our own from the University of Limpopo, Professor Shisana, Prof. Mufolo, from SMU, our Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Patla, and our immediate past President, Professor Flavius Nkubuge, and most importantly, the teachers, because I'm left with congratulating the teachers behind me, because the diplomats and the fellows have left the venue, including the parents and the families, whom I was going to be telling them that to me, it's always a privilege to address an event of this significance. Allow me, in your absence, to congratulate you for this outstanding performance. When I tried, when I tried to calculate the number of years that you have spent reading books post-matric, they can come up to 15. From your 6 years undergraduate to 2 years internship to 1 year community service to 4 or 5 years of registrarship and all the clinical and research. So it's really not a child's play. That is why those who refuse us with professorship after going through the 15 years and want to compare and equate us to a PhD in whatever, I'm afraid to Prime Minister to be TikToked, if I'm to mention. But just to say a PhD, you can never compare, because it will take you 3 years of undergraduate, 1 year of honors, 2 years sometimes of masters, and then another 2 years of PhD. So when you look at you guys here, you have gone through 15 years. So that is why you are more than justified to be called professors. Yes. And I'm going to fight for that. So for us today, President, 600, it's not just a number. Especially in a country where, Minister, we've got almost 60 million population. And within this 60 million population, I was trying to research as to how many, in terms of the ratio specialist to patient, I realized we don't have. The only ratio that we have is for a GP, which is actually it's 1,319 patients per 1 GP, which translates to a 0.31 GP. Now, if you look at the total number of specialists we have in our country, which is 9,670, and I try my arithmetics, it tells you that 6,230 people are dependent on one specialist. Now, that is why for us, this 600, inclusive of diplomats, it's not just a number. It simply means that today here, we're having a pediatrician who at least another 6,230 children are in safe hands. We're simply saying another cataract of more than 6,230 people will be dependent to one ophthalmologist. The same with the surgeons, the same with the gyne. So it is moments like this that makes us proud, especially those of us who are the servants of the people, to say the face of our healthcare sector must change, and it must change for the better. We are confident that this transformation will always be in the best interest of our patient, particularly mostly our poor and the rural, those who are vulnerable. Patients from the deep rural area have got no luxury of a specialist. That is why I want to congratulate all of you and be welcoming you to the service of humanity. But also at the same time, I want to challenge you to be agents of change. What is currently being seen as a collapsing of our system, it's attributed by us who outsource this sector to non-health professionals. From management level, if a CEO of a hospital is not a clinician, he will not understand, Minister, that before you prioritize a TV plasma screen and office furniture for the office of the CEO, including the office of the MEC and the minister, you prioritize it instead of an incubator, you will have problems. But if one of you here were to follow the stream of management, our public health specialists who have graduated here, we are inviting you to take over management of this hospital, because you will understand that before the CEO or the MEC get that rocking chair to move around, or that DSTV or that plasma screen, the patients and the babies must get incubators and servo-cribs. We're saying we need you to be heads of clinical units. We need you to be heads of clinical departments. We want you to not only follow the clinical stream, but if you do that, some of you must follow policy. Some of you must be like us and be politicians. The minister and myself need you. For us not to have so many negativity on NHI, we need you to be here to lead. We can't be led by lawyers, because we will never lead the law society. We have to lead ourselves. That's why we are inviting you to join us and lead us, because you will understand. We're also saying, become clinicians. I've seen some of the graduates here, Minister. Some of the graduates who are not even coming from Limpopo were registrars who used to volunteer in our program called Rural Health Matters. where, the hospital called St. Rita's, where the minister is coming from. They will go there and perform a number of arthroplasty in rural hospitals. We've seen hip replacements being done, knee replacements being done for people who, some of them have stopped going to work, not because they've reached retirement age, but because that knee and that hip, they are not able to cope. So that's why we are calling upon all of you to say, we're inviting you, take 1 weekend in your month, just 1 weekend. That's why they ran away. They knew I was going to call them. 1 weekend, and identify a district hospital and go and serve. Just ask them to book cases for you and go and operate them. If the CEO of the hospital is refusing to buy you the equipment that are needed, the minister is here, the MEC is here. We will intervene. That CEO, we will show him or her the door. We are very good at that. And we don't compromise. When it comes to patient care, we can never compromise. So that's why we are calling all of you to say, please, you will get fulfillment. Even if you have decided to work in the private sector, but just 1 weekend to go and clear the cataract. Imagine a grandmother becoming blind, not because she was born blind, just because of one procedure that will not even take 30 minutes, the removal of cataract. I'm calling upon all these ophthalmologists who have graduated here. The college will pass the message to them that we are inviting them. Our hospitals are available, the patients are available. Equipment, I will make sure I buy myself if that CEO is refusing to buy. And by the time they are delivered, that CEO will be looking for a job somewhere else because they don't deserve there. We are also inviting you to join. Others can join the stream of researchers and others can join the stream of publication so that we do not lead from evidence-based. Professor Stana Baloy here just said something interesting, Minister, before you arrive, to say our brain as Africans, it's very much cheap because it's very expensive because it has never been used by the time we die, when they buy it for cadavers. So we are saying, let's make our brain to be cheap like the others, because through our entire life, we will be researching, we'll be publishing. In the next hour, the Africa Month will be coming to an end. I see when we celebrate Africa Month, it's about what we wear on that day. It's about what we eat on that day. I do not really see that's how we must celebrate Africa Month. The best Africa Month that I've celebrated in my entire life is tonight, seeing 600 plus African children graduating with degrees that will never reduce them to be petrol attendants or to be domestic workers or garden boys. These are the specialists who will go all out and make a change. Africans doing for themselves. Let's stop being a charity continent when we know we are rich and we know we have got brains. So for all those who have graduated, I want to see you being professors. You see Professor Sinkupubi, who is here, Flavia. Me and her come from a long way. We used to be in the trenches, toitoing together. She decided to follow the academia. I continue with my toitoing. So today, the University of, actually, the college had the first black female president because of that toitoi. Today, Limpopo has got a controversial MEC because of that toitoi. So we should be proud of ourselves and our product. We are looking forward to be having you in all our different facilities. I wish you all the best. You are embarking on your new trajectory in the medical career. May it be fruitful and fulfilling. I'm saying to your teachers once more, congratulations. It has not been easy, it has been difficult. On behalf of us as government, the minister is here. Therefore, all the MECs are going to comply because I announced it in front of the minister. We are going to support the training. We will continue to make sure that, because the NHI, that the minister has been talking about, which I won't repeat, will never become a reality without you. And we want this NHI to be driven by you as the profession. You can't allow our profession to be driven by those who want to make money. What went wrong in this country, in the health system, is because we allow those who put profit in front of humanity and care to take over from us. So it's time to claim back our sector. We have studied for this sector. We want from a CEO of a hospital or a primary health care manager up to the politician to be someone coming from the sector. And we can do it. We are here. Don't report me to my colleagues. They are not here. But this is what we need. And let me congratulate you, all of you, especially the teachers, the parents who were there, the children who missed their mummies and their daddies because their daddies were studying. We're really saying, well done. We appreciate that support. Continue to support them because they are still going to work for long hours. But as I close, I will not be doing justice if I do not congratulate you by reminding you what the former president, Thomas Sankara, once said. And I want you to listen carefully. Then you will start to understand who Dr. Ramathuba is. You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from non-conformity, the courage to invent the future. Besides, it took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. For you to be sitting here and to be graduating as a plastic surgeon, there was a certain mad academic who fought for you to be here. Therefore, I want to be one of those mad women and mad men who made it possible that the college be transformed. And you can see behind me, there is a rainbow nation. So for us to have it and expand it not only to be at the college, including to be for the health of the nation, I'm inviting you to join those madmen and women. NHI will never be a reality unless the minister join the mad people. Thank you very much.
Right, wow, what a wonderful closing to the evening. Thank you very, very much. I'm now going to call on our academic registrar, Mrs. Yolokazi Kanzi, please to lead us into singing the national anthem. I ask that we all stand.
Kosi sikeleli Afrika, maluphakanyisu phondolwa yo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Kosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo.
But by the power vested in me and on behalf of the Senate, I now dissolve the proceedings of the CMSA. I request that we all stand while the stage party leaves the hall, followed by the graduates and the medalists.
Gaudeamus igitur, Juvenestum sumus. Gaudeamus igitur, Juvenestum sumus. Ostacus